I'm seeing. At least some of it. And live. Is that not shown up yet? You should be showing up now. There you are. No, this is upcoming. Now it's saying live. That was weird, see? And then pop out that chat. So then we have the uptubs. Okay, that is all done. So, hello, Faceless, Macho, Kalinus, Amy Hob, Intronite, Ravehead Fire, and everybody else, of course. How are you all doing? Hope you're having a good day. Speaking of follows, Ruffles Minis, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Kalinus just waking up. It's 5 a.m. there. I appreciate your dedication. Who wakes up at 5 a.m. on a Sunday? I mean, usually that's kind of my bedtime, or it certainly used to be. Nowadays, I usually try to go to bed like between 1 and 2 on the weekend, and like between 12 and 1 on weekdays. And even then, I am tired as hell in the mornings. I am a regular morning zombie. I am very much a night owl. I wish I could go to bed later. But unfortunately, I have a full-time job, so I have to actually be in the office. That's its own problem. Wake up at the latest at 4 a.m. Go to sleep at 7 to 8. Oh man, I could not do that. 7 to 8 is like when I'm at my most awake. Like I say, I'm most awake between 7 and midnight, usually. And I tend to be at my most productive between about 8 and 2 a.m. Which I think is why I quite liked actually streaming super late hours as I used to do. But not so much anymore. Wake up at the latest at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is usually my like, I really should go to bed now time. Internal clock do be crazy. Yeah, I get increasingly frustrated by like the norm of you have to work at 9 till 5. Because there are definitely people who are night owls like who that just doesn't work for. And I suspect it wouldn't work for you either. Anyway, let's play some games, shall we? Do we have the game sound on? We do now. Did things in the wrong order. There we go. And we can just hit continue, I think. And I'll give you a quick rundown of everything that's been going on in the previous stream. And then we shall take it from there. I'm going to pour myself a drink while we're waiting for things to load. I'm lucky that I don't have to work for a living due to the disability and having great parents. Yeah, you are very lucky for that. Like, I definitely liked having the flexibility of being a streamer. Because then I could set my own hours, although I tended to pander more for the US audience because I know it's bigger. At least during COVID, working the late shift was definitely the way to go. But now, regular 9 to 5. And then I also work this on the weekends, so... What is rest? What is a break? I don't know. I don't really do them. But I do think it was a really good choice for me to stop streaming midweek. That really took it out of me when I first moved to Sweden. I would do Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday streams. And yeah, that was too much. Plus YouTube as well. I probably could go back to the Wednesday streams without doing YouTube videos. YouTube streaming is fine. But like doing the editing, making sure I have an upload schedule, nah, not happening. What's that? Unruly Nomads. Anyway, yes, so you may have noticed by the fact I've gone, oh, what's that button? Oh, Unruly Nomads. That we are in fact nomads now. So at the end of the previous stream, we were finally able to make it out into the, I guess you would call this central steppe, and find some herders that we could settle on their territory for. It is not the most fertile land. We are gaining a little bit of a herd from it. Some of the provisions that we had previously were converted into herds. And We are outlawed by the Khazars because Bjorg is a bit of a naughty girl. Gained a bit of gallows bait. Okay, more than a bit. But that is what we inherited her as. And it's really frustrating. Like, I don't like this character at all. She is an intricate web weaver who is honest and just. Which means that every time that she tries to do something with intrigue, she's like, oh no, that's dishonest, I don't want to do that. Like, I can't even fabricate hooks or anything like this. Like, the very basis of playing the intrigue game. So, she's freaking useless. But she's gotten us into the steppe. She's become a nomad. She escaped from the sinking ship that was Mordvinia. Mordvinia had a big war against the Khazars right after the succession occurred. And it didn't go well. They lost the crown. So Mordvinia is now just the Jarl of Mordvinia. Volga, Bulgaria split out from the kingdom when the succession happened. And the split was not pleasant. Like, it brutalized Mordvinia, because it was basically Bulgaria, Mordvinia, Bulgaria, Mordvinia. Like in those sections of land. It was not good. It was really asking for trouble. So I regret not having changed the succession law to... Oh, this is different. Interesting. Not changing the succession law from Confederate petition to regular petition, because Confederate petition means that they will form new titles, like the Kingdom of Volga, Bulgaria. So the whole thing that the Queen was fighting for at the time was to try to keep the kingdom together. It split in two. Like, there were two big parts as opposed to one and then lots of different duchies. But still, it basically doomed them. We are still also true up here, although Kuzurite is starting to move in once more. And also the culture Mordvinian, I would say, is pretty well established. I think that's going to be fairly hard to root out at this point. And they are still feudal. Very, very importantly, they are still considered feudal. So the things that... What was her name? It was your mother. Skuld. Established. are there. And it is entirely possible that Volga Bulgaria might well be able to fight back and take that territory back again. Although with the military that he currently has and the fact that he's brutally mauled, seems unlikely. But we are moving. We are keeping Mordvinian culture. We were actually initially Norse, but we switched to Mordvinian just before we left. We are obviously still Orcitrue, and now we are a steppe group. And also we have settled Orcitrue here. Alright, so we have lots of new buttons and things that we need to take a look at. So we have the nomadic capital, which is in Tumar, which I don't think we actually own. Maybe we do. Yeah, we do. We're the county holder of Tumar. Our nomadic capital is kind of like the camp. We can move it around. It does change. We can build buildings. We have various upgrades, and some of them are really quite nice, actually. More about that in a minute. We have fertility. So at the moment, fertility is at 30. It is decreasing by 1 a month, all the way down to like 5% probably. We're in the midst of a cold Zud, which is bad. We're in the central steppe. We probably should have tried to stay in the western steppe, because they're in the everlasting summer, and we're still fairly early in the cold snap. But that's fine. Migrate. Here's the migration button. I was wondering where this was. Add a nomadic ruler should migrate if your domain fertility is low. Realms with a large domain and high dominance no longer need to migrate, as their fertility equilibrium will be high enough to support growth. Which I'm guessing is what this is. Okay, so that's the fertility. There are definitely locations that we could want to move to, like our former territories. And then over here seems to be pretty good. But this central area, especially with the Cold Zud, not great. Where are we again? We are going to keep on doing this. Not as far east as I thought. So that's how you migrate. You can plan the migration by clicking. Is there a way of seeing who are herders and who are not? How do you tell who are herders and who are not? Okay, so there is actually a limit as to how far you can go as well. That's kind of interesting. So do we just migrate anywhere? I'm guessing we would need to change allegiance to whomever's land we migrate into. You can ask for the land or you can fight for it. Right, yes, when you migrate somewhere, you can settle and then they'll be like, yeah, you can stay here or you have to fight for it, and then you basically take it by whoever's the strongest. So we are going to need to set up a men-at-arms corps, which we actually pay for out of herd. Do these still have a gold upkeep? They do, but it's quite cheap. So we will need to make a decision about what kind of army we want to maintain. Interestingly, we have both Norse units and horse archer units now, which I think is really cool. So we can get like horse archers as well as Huskarls of Varangian veterans. Now the Varangian veterans might be better than the Huskarls because they're good in plains, farmlands and hills, although isn't steppe a particular type of territory? Steppe, desert, steppe, taiga, forest. Oh great, so plains aren't actually a thing that occurs over there. Plains are this grey colour. Yeah, there is no such thing as plains in the steppe. Awesome. Huh, China. Oh no, plains there, up in the north, I knew that. Well, that's going to make things interesting, because we're going to suck in the steppe. At least the Viking units are. So we might actually want... to get into the forest, because horse archers don't actually have a penalty in the forest. They're not nearly as good. Their damage is going to be kind of crap. You have a bonus in forest and tiger. The steppe raiders, like cavalry, but they're only good against archers and handguns. Which we do have too. The Bondi... Oh, specifically the spearmen are actually bad in hills, mountains. Interesting. So in terms of raw capabilities, the Varangians do have the higher stats, just. They counter spearmen, peasant militia, heavy cavalry, spearmen, peasant militia, and archers. They both like winter. Like cavalry and archers. Bondi might be good against steppe raiders. Vigman counter skirmishers. What do horde raiders count as? They count as nomadic horde. They don't counter anything themselves. Okay. And then we have torchbearers as well, which are our siege unit. So we don't have... Oh, they're better against nomadic settlements. And they're also good against tribes, but they're crap against feudal. Well, that's interesting, because they only have the 0.1 against feudal, 0.2 against tribes, and 0.4 against nomadic settlement. So we are going to want some of those so we can take land. We can have 3 men-at-arms. There's going to be like 1 of either Huskarl or Varangian, 1 of probably horse archer. I mean, horse archer attack becomes 71. No, 81. in steppe. Which is, yeah, double of these guys. So we're going to want primarily horse archers if we're in the steppe area. Which we are. Where exactly are we again? And then if we go to the simple terrain, so we have mount, no, that's hills. We have steppe there. If we go further north, that's when we would hit the tiger in the forests. And then further south is desert. Dry land's down there. We don't have any units that are good in dry land. Then up here it's again tiger, mountains and hills. Does this still count as steppe? Yeah, I think anything with fertility counts as steppe. So this is all steppe. I wonder if we would be better off in the mountains and the hills. Probably. We have hill bonus for the Varangians. We're better in forest. And the forest, unfortunately, is here. Or if we go far enough east, then there's forest again. Or north. We basically just settle east of the Urals, whereas previously we were west of them. So in this area, or we have to go all the way over here. And I actually think that this could be a really, really good spot for us. Big ass river that leads out, lots of raiding along there. We can get to the coast, we can get to Korea and Japan. Like, this is probably where we want to end up as steppe raiders. It's just going to be a process of getting there. And then mapping out the best way to do it. Do we go up through the taiga? Do we go down through the steppe, the desert, and the mountains? Because again, raw stats, horse archers are worse than huskars. And actually, if we get the learning ability, we might be able to get more of the local troops. That might be an idea. Right, so the other thing, we now need to choose a lifestyle. Because we have switched from being a nomad. So if we wanted to do that, we would need... we can't get that. Is that a diplomatic one? Hierarch. Military... Actually has some changes. Upgrade nomadic regiment cost reduction, army cost reduction, mercenaries, absolute control. These the same. Monthly income from herd. Republican ruler opinion. Oh, for cities. Architect. Domicile herd grows just as a baseline. Collect taxes are more effective. We can build domicile buildings cheaper. So actually architect might be quite good. We are actually really good at stewarding. Unlocks purchase truce. Herd conversion into herd raiders. Herd gain. Development growth and capital. Architect could actually be really good for us. The planned herd. Vassal levy contribution. Monthly herd income. Vassal herd contribution. So that's more if you have vassals. And then learning. Is there really no way of getting local troops? I could have sworn there was. Like, I know for adventurers, it's one of these. Characters converted through Inspire conversion will become obedient. That could be good for us if we're being also true. Our learning is not terrible. Basically, we want to be anything other than intrigue, even though it's our lifestyle. Is it one of these? Oh, it might be, actually, thinking about it. Gain county fertility and control in owned counties when hosting activities. And personal touch increases that by 50%. Also an extra domain, which is interesting. Wayfarer's legend spread. Monument expedition, more traveller. Increases the county fertility and control of the domain when a step season changes. Not seeing it. Does that count for your camp? Yes, I'm fairly sure that the domicile buildings are the camp buildings. Yeah, domicile building, says there. All domiciles can be upgraded for certain domicile buildings, which grant income, resources such as prestige, and many other benefits to the owner. The availability of buildings depends on the type of domicile, as each type is a vastly different set of buildings. Some domicile buildings can have internal upgrades. Ah, is that how I get more? Because I know one of these allows... Ah, here's the heavy horse archers. Which are amazing in the steppe. Decent in plains, terrible in forest, tiger and jungle. Awful in everything else that's not steppe. So if we stay in the steppe, we probably want to try to get this. It does also increase the army movement speed, which would be nice. Small yurt, no. Actually, if this is a building, cavalry training is even faster movement. Archer damage, skirmisher damage. Mercenaries, herd conversion into raiders. Raid speed. Men-at-arms damage and toughness. I'm fairly sure I can still sail being a Viking. Although, I'm in the middle of the steppe. There are no rivers here. So yeah, each of these has certain things, and then we also noticed that capacity, fertility growth, capacity, different terrain, and this is another reason we need to decide what kind of terrain we want to be in. And there is reindeer for forest and tiger. If we do want to do that, we can. This is all just herd upgrades. And you also have internals. Army loot capacity, herd capacity, movement overland while raiding. That's quite nice. Only takes a month to build. 10 gold, 30 prestige. That's kind of cheap. Fertility growth. I mean, we probably want the fertility growth. Koltari tasks, those are the council. More horde riders, lifestyle experience. If a domicile is located in a riverside, lakeside, or coastal county, you'll get nomadic fishing modifier. It'll disappear if we move. What's that? Red. Well, it means we consume less food. No, that is bad. I guess it's to encourage you to be riverside, lakeside, or coastal. We'll take a look at the map to see if those are a thing. And how to tell. Another movement speed. Iron Cavalry, that's the one I was looking for. So this one would allow us to get Cataphract Archers. Who counter Archer Cavalry. Very important. And they count as heavy cavalry. So steppe, drylands, plains, they're bad in the hills and in the mountains. They do not have any penalties in forests, though they don't like winter. Can only be constructed via the Summon Wealthy Visitors Piazza decision. Wealthy foreigner will travel to your court leading a caravan bound for the well-developed settled cities. Upon the return you may receive the following benefits: around 40 gold, investment, artifact creation, ornament for nomadic horde or archer cavalry, random innovations. And how do you get this? Is this a decision that we have?
Raiding party!
Altofunk! Hey buddy, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I will give you a rundown on what's going on in just a second. Oh, you can add new regions to the steppe. So we could spread that into Scandinavia. We're not doing that, we're going the other way. But interesting to know. Take over more of the forests. Summon wealthy visitors. That's local offers. But I think it must be this. Create a hybrid culture between us. Random set of traditions. No, I don't want random. I want to do that myself. Change the culture of the capital. So we could actually change the culture of the capital here. Oh, it has to be the same culture as the nomadic capital. Okay, we can't do that. Forsake nomadism. Do not fulfill the requirements, which are hold at least one county with non-nomadic settlement or a herder settlement. Okay, so that's basically how we settle. Anyway, so yes, hello to the raiders. Time for a snooze. Have a great stream. No worries, Altofunk. Thanks very much for the raid. Appreciate you, buddy. So yes, we are playing as Vikings, who are currently in the middle of the Russian steppe. Because of course we are. So we are Mordvinian culture, which is a blend of Mordvin and Norse. So we started on the county of Gotland as an adventurer. We travelled down into Europe, into the Byzantine Empire, where we caused a bit of a fracas. One branch of the family settled in the Byzantine Empire and have actually been emperor twice recently. We, however, moved up into Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia region with a different character, moved across to what you can see here, Mordvinia. We actually established the Kingdom of Mordvinia, which at its height was about this big. But then the succession happened. She sucked. The title was split between Volga, Bulgaria, and Mordvinia, which basically doomed them to the Khazars. The Khazars are really, really small at the moment because of a number of brutal wars fought between us. We basically carved our kingdom out of the Khazars. But then we decided to become an adventurer again. We moved further east until we found the opportunity provided to us by the wonderful county of Tumar, which allowed us to become nomadic. And we have Literally just done that. I have not unpaused since we became a nomad. I've never played as a nomad in this game. I have no idea how it works. So we're kind of learning. And it's going to be interesting because we are still Vikings. We can have a mix of Viking and nomadic units, which I think is kind of cool. Oh yeah, do I have... Yes, I have Way of the Nomad now. If a nomadic character settles outside of the Great Steppe, only the children inherit this trait. But then will the children's children get it? Because I think that might apply to you. Yes. Interesting. So Way of the Nomad is just permanent at this point for them. Curious. But you have to be outside of the steppe for that one to spread. So the Mordvinian branch of the family is going to get it. We may not. I'm going to keep it rather. Okay, what else do I need to learn? I need to take a look at the Kulatai. Let's see what this says for us. You have a Kurultai Council as a ruler of the Great Steppe. You might already be familiar with having a council, but when playing as a nomad you'll have a new type of administration that will focus more on supporting the county fertility, growth, or herd. You can have 4 members of the council, together with your spouse and spy master. The Kurultai can have various tasks attached to various skills. For example, managed fertility will be based on stewardship. If you have a Kulatai assigned, you can click the button in the bottom left corner to swap the task out. The Kulatai will work on assigned tasks, but their biggest impact will be on the succession of the realm. Each character in the Great Steppe can be obedient to one ruler, and obedience matters a lot, specifically for your Kulatai members and their say in who the heir will be. Click on the Realm tabs to continue. Aha, chaotic succession. At the top of the panel, you can see the succession is considered stable or chaotic. This will be an indicator if your heir will inherit all of the realm, or if it will be divided amongst the more powerful characters. In the bar highlighted, you'll get an indication of your Kulatai and eldest children will approve of the succession or oppose it. To get to the point of having a stable succession, you need to keep the Kulatai obedient, but you'll need to have the steppe seasons play in your favour. If the current season affects your land in a bad way, like the Zud would, your people will think you are being punished and will question the rule and decision of who will succeed you. To stay in the control of the succession, keep your people obedient and migrate to lands that are in your favour. Okay, so if she dies anytime soon, we're screwed, because the obedience is reduced here. And yes, the Cold Zud is bad. We can appoint a Stargazer to try and work out what we're going to get in the future. General. Costs prestige. Keeper of the Horses, probably quite important. Chief Bodyguard. Archer Cavalry toughness and number of knights. And these 3 I think will disappear as soon as we unpause. So we're not going to do anything on that just yet. I can have up to 2 nomadic counties. And we are, at the moment... Are we independent? My liege is you, who owns just the Peshengs. And I have a bigger herd than you do. But the first thing I should do, I think, is create some men-at-arms units. So I'm thinking we definitely get a horse archer unit. And Huskarls are at least better than steppe raiders in the steppe. So horse archers really are going to be the dominant unit with their 81 attack. And horse archers are actually a lot better than Vigmen. I mean, they're also more expensive, so you need to bear that in mind. I think now I go for the Varangian veterans. What do you counter? Skirmishers and heavy infantry. God. What do you counter? Archers and handguns, okay. Just out of interest, what kind of troops do you guys favour? Horse archers, steppe raiders, heavy horse archers. Which count light cavalry, elephant cavalry. They do not counter heavy infantry. It's just the horse archers who do that. And what about you? What kind of troop? No, you. You. 200 horse archers, 200 steppe raiders. You do actually have onagers. Why can't I have onagers? Horse archers, steppe raiders, horse archers, heavy horse archers. So everyone does get quite a few horse archers, unsurprisingly. You've got Mangadai, who counter spearmen, peasant militia, and heavy infantry. Steppe, you have 95 attack. What about the big boss? Doesn't actually have that many. Little boss. Horse archers. And the only unit that I've seen that counts as horse archers is the Cataphract horse archer. Are we heading to the forest? I don't know yet. I think we probably should head up in this direction. Oh yeah, then we have the lakeside stuff. How does that work? It's Tiger. Because this is clearly on a lakeside. Oh, there's permafrost. Quite large holdings. Because if we're Vikings, we probably do want to be somewhere with rivers and lakes and things. It just seems in the right kind of spirit. The only ones with actual rivers are over here. We're not going that way, we're going east. Do we play to the Viking strength or to the nomadic strength? Right, the other question I had was, do we actually see more fertility in the north? Actually, yes. Oh, now that's interesting. Well, in some places. And in some places there's an absolute bucket load. Oh, there's the Mongols. They have actually appeared. Invoking Shogun soon. Maybe. I would say that if we're going the north path, I would say that's even more likely. End up with Viking Japan. Have to see if there's a converter for CK3 to EU5 yet. Although that now starts in 1337, so we wouldn't have nearly as much time to make it to the places we want to go to. I need to try EU5 again, now that they've done a whole bunch of patches and stuff. I was waiting for it to stabilize a little, which it now seems to have. Anyway, we are still not making any real decisions here. On the one hand, I do want to try the steps with the horse archers, but I also know that's not playing into our strength. Our strength would be in the north. So yes, I think going up here, like maybe trying to settle around this kind of area, so we have the lakes, so we have that like little northern aspect, and we then have a nice mix of steppe, taiga, forest. What's that? Oh, wetlands. We're bad in wetlands. We do not want those. Everything we have is bad in that. I do kind of wish that we had some of the Finnish archers. These guys. Although they only counter skirmishers. But their bonuses in forest and taiga is quite nice for an archer unit. But anyway, we are currently in the step. So I think we should probably make the best of that. I think I am just for flavor. These are both heavy infantry. Spearmen, peasant militia, and archers versus spearmen, peasant militia, and heavy cavalry. Heavy horse archers count as... Yeah, you've got cataract archers. They count as heavy cavalry. Nomad lancers count as heavy cavalry. Tarkans count as heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry we have counters for. So actually, staying specifically in this region may not be a bad thing. Provides access to these. Oh, you get the units of your tributaries or vassals. Is that a nomad thing? That's interesting. But the thing about going south is this quickly becomes desert. We are really bad in the deserts. That's the opposite of what we want. I think we want to slowly but surely come up this way. So we are going to have to cross a steppe. And you guys... Matakan warriors, archers, counter-skirmishers. They are good in mountains, hills, forests, and taiga. Those would be fantastic for us. Forest hills. And you're good in hills. There are just no plains or farmlands. These two are completely useless. There are, however, more of these. So I think we probably go Huskal. You do have the heavy cavalry counter, which is nice. Oh, Bondi do not counter heavy cavalry. They counter light cavalry. Which Steppe Raiders are. Nomadic Horde are converted into Horde Riders that can be upgraded to other men-at-arms. Ah, these guys. Oh no, Nomadic Horde is the type, which then become Horde Riders, which is what this is, who then become other things. So my men-at-arms will be taken from this number. Then I can recruit from my subjects. Ah, this is how I get the onagers. What does that symbol mean? I think that means that I don't know anyone who can actually make onagers. Which is a little weird, because I do know how to make them. My culture does. So I'm not 100% sure how that bit works. Sorry, give me a second, just need to respond to this. Yes, their winter bonuses are identical, and it's just for toughness and screening. The horse archers are already actually good at pursuit and screening. Horse archers counter skirmishers and heavy infantry. You counter archers and handguns. Neither of you counter spearmen. But again, my spearmen are not going to be good, because they're good in plains and farmlands, which we are neither. So it really is going to be the Huskars and the Varangians. And I think for that I'm going to go Huskars. And then for the final regiment, I'm probably going to go the Torchbearer so I can actually do damage to settlements. And then stationing in the holding, we get 7 and 2 or 8 and 3. So I'm going to station the Huskars there, because hi, we're Vikings, who just got lost in the steppe or something. Don't need to save, that's literally the only change I've made. I'm going to unpause just until this happens. So then I know exactly these options I can give away. Man-at-Arms maintenance, construction, domicile, construction cost. Those are worth having. Ottar can be a good quartermaster, so let's make you a quartermaster. Horde conversion's probably quite useful. Herd gain is definitely useful. and so is travel speed. So I think the Keeper of the Horses is going to be an important one. We have a good general. We probably want a good Stargazer. We don't have bodyguard, we just have the chief bodyguard. It increases the archer cavalry toughness a little bit. And then we need to assign the Culaturai. So we have a Spy Master. Ikale is a very good Spy Master. We're also super obedient. And then I think we probably want a diplomat, an army guy, a steward, and a learned one. And let's do it in that order. So this is going to be the diplomat. Chillbook seems like a good choice. I'm going to go with Arslan because he's actually also true. And your job... Okay, so this is diplomatic, stewarding, military, learning. So let's actually see what these do. So support the herders. Herd gain and capacity goes up. That's important. And he's very good at it as a diplomat. Domestic affairs. Manage fertility. We also definitely want to have this, so we need to have a good steward. Increase control. Organize raiders. Aid the Stargazer. And explore cultures. What's culture reformation? I don't think I can do the culture things. Oh, I can hybridize. That just reduces the threshold up to -10. So I don't think the learning ones are as important. I think actually what's probably more important to the stewarding. To try and get that base fertility up and increasing. Well, regardless, let's see who the stewards are. Unfortunately, our group does not have very good stewards. We never managed to get good stewards. However, you are obedient Otar. You are also Austri, which I like. And then we're going to make you managing the fertility. Okay, that's an individual location. That's a generic support herders. And then we want the military guy, who is almost certainly going to be Morikos. Although Morikos at the moment is poor obedience. None of the military guys are obedient because they have better prowess than we do. And I think that's just something we're basically going to have to suck up. And you are going to increase control in Tumar. So I'm assuming that the control there is going to be poor. It's actually not terrible. But that's fine. You can do that for now. And then the last position, I don't really know what I want them to do, because we already have the herder doing herding things. We could try to organize the raiders. But that would mean a second disobedient person. But it is something we are very good at. However, we are small fry in this area. Okay, we're not the smallest. You're a shepherd. And there are no sheep in your land. So how do I know who's a shepherd? Like, what is the actual difference? Is it the frilly bits in your banner? No, it's the frilly bits in your banner. Frilly bits, frilly bits, frilly bits, frilly bits. No frilly. No frilly. Aha! No frilly. Okay. I now see the difference, although sometimes it's a bit hard to see. Frilly bits, frilly bits. So it's... What I'm talking about is the things on the side. See, this is just straight. It's just straight. Both of these are herders. This is not straight. There's the frilly bits. That is a nomad. Herder. Aha! Okay. There are no herders in this area. There are a couple of herders over here. Cool. So, what else do I need in my party? You came out straight away at full strength. I could probably do with a second unit. Oh, yeah, so I can't make any of those, but that's fine. We can upgrade your size by 1. Because we are in the steppe at the moment, I think that's what I want to do. But do I really want to spend this money? Not convinced I do. So at the moment we have chaotic succession, but Torsti is the one that I have up next. So I think I'm going to choose someone on the point of obedience. We do have another exceptional diplomat that maybe we should make use of, who is also very loyal. We can actually have 2 of you supporting herders. That's totally fine. So the herd size is growing quite nicely. We have a maximum of 6,000. And we can also spend money, and in fact this is why we don't want to get the extra troops, on developing these things. So the Square of Karash allows us to get the heavy horse archers. These are the ones that counter light cavalry, but they suck in forests. I think we want to have something that does not suck in forests. But just because we can recruit heavy horse archers doesn't mean we have to. This also comes with the army movement speed and raid buffs. Archer damage, skirmisher damage. Not what I need. Light cavalry regiment, light cavalry pursuit, archer cavalry pursuit. I mean, the large loot sacks would also be quite a nice upgrade. Stationed men-at-arms damage and toughness. Okay, I'm kind of leaning towards the Square of Karash right now. None of those. Well, also depends what these are. I mean, the Kurultai seats. Skill impact plus 5% is quite nice. Family yurt. Physician aptitude. Income from hurt goes up, piety goes up, control goes up, plague resistance goes up. So the Ovo Mound, maybe? Barter stalls unlocks the summon wealthy visitor's local officer decision. There's the Pizer, which unlocks the other thing we wanted. Upon a wealthy visitor arrival from Summon Wealthy Visitor's decision, you receive a regiment of foreign men-at-arms. So the barter stalls, maybe. We can also upgrade the millet storage, which might be also a good choice because this will increase fertility growth and vassal herd contributions. And we also have some internal upgrades. That's herd capacity. Right, and then the fertility growth in the different types of terrain. So we want either reindeer or sheep. These are really cheap, so we can probably switch them out very easily. At the moment, we probably want sheep. Or we can upgrade the main building. Loot storage lets us move faster. Fertility growth. Portable forge. Oh, we need metal workers or iron cavalry for that. Stalwart Defender tradition. Oh, we had that. Oh, the Mordvins had that. But we got rid of it. Well, of these, I'm kind of leaning towards the improved pasturages, just to get the fertility upgrades. So let's have that upgrading. Okay. One disobedient will be minor troubles, herd losses, defecting courtiers, lost levels of fame, or tributaries breaking free. 2 or more, large herd losses, land loss, large gold, or legitimacy hits. Half of them or more, great turmoil, enormous herd losses, the realm splitting in half, or even dissolving entirely. So as we get older, we may want to get rid of him for being disobedient. We try and befriend him? We can. Let's try that. Because if we can bring him on side, that's bringing the most powerful military guy on side. And then Unruly Nomad's Law. Domain limit, maximum domain limit, vassal limit, glory hound, and belligerent opinion. Cannot imprison characters, cannot revoke titles, can establish tributaries. Migration can only target counties. I need 2,500 herds to do this. When does this increase? Monthly. Oh. Domain limit, parcel limits, migration, blah blah blah. Forsake nomadism. Ah, so if I get this, I can then leave being a nomad. And this will also allow me to recruit nomad lancers. And the sturdy main yurt building. I'm guessing that is this building? Yes. So I couldn't have gotten level 3 without that anyway. Migration can target kingdoms. Duchies, kingdoms. Can construct the Great Main Yurt. Can move into conquered lands. Can settle the steppe. To become tribal. Overrun kingdom. So that is what the Khazars did against Mordvinia, sorry. Absolute, you need 30,000 herd. So now we're really getting quite large. I think that the largest the Khazars ever were like 22,000. Establish Pisa system, settle the steppe. To become feudal. And then finally, absolute dominance. Requires you to be the Gurkhan. Biggest threat in the Great Steppe, the Gurkhan is the nomadic ruler with the highest herd in the entire region. Become the greatest of all Khans, unlocking the greatest of Khans trait. May change government to Khaganate. Can target Empire. Well, these are all the previous levels. So yeah, the next level would be the one that allows us to get Lancers. With their 120 attack. Which would actually be 170 attack. On the steppe. Ouch. No penalties in forests either. They still don't target horse archers. Okay, so I think... Right, I can get Accolade. Which we should do. So it's not going to be Morikos, because he's already doing a whole bunch of different things, and I suspect that turning him into the Accolade would make him leave that position. Skirmisher. Movement speed in provinces affected by winter. Skirmisher, damage, toughness, and screens. We don't use skirmishers. Herd contribution. Oh, that's from vassals. Don't use dread. You are a vanguard, which, if memory serves, is the heavy infantry buffs. It is. Martial lifestyle buffs. Outrider, that's like cavalry, and army movement. I'm wondering if any of these are horse archer upgrades. Because having the army movement speed buff would definitely be useful. But right now, I am very much thinking it should be you. With Vanguard, and then either Tactician or Outrider. Probably Outrider. Which is Yazi. Oh yeah, this also allows us to get the Retinue Vanguard unit. If I switch you around, you still get it. Ah, no you don't. Requires primary. So as a secondary... Oh, wait, not tactician. Outrider. Ah! Retinue outriders. Hold on. These are light cavalry. How do they compare? 12, 11, 10, 30, 19, 40, 40. I mean, the 40-40 is really nice. They are good in plains and dry lands. So not the steppe, but they're also not bad in forest. The question is whether we're actually going to use light cavalry or not. We don't have access to light cavalry. Oh wait, yes we do, steppe raiders. Who are better in forest. 22, 14, 30, 30. So the retinue outriders are better. 30, 19, 40, 40. But I did also notice that Skirmisher also has a special unit. What's that? Retinue Skirmishers. Good against heavy infantry. We don't really need anti-heavy infantry. Now, very good in forest though. 28, 31. Good against heavy infantry. Again, we don't need heavy infantry counters. So we definitely want Vanguard. Do we do it this way around though? So Vanguard is the secondary, because I don't really need the retinue Vanguard, I have Huskarls. Hey Ragnos. You cannot duplicate attributes between accolades. So if we want Vanguard to be a primary, it needs to be on a different character. In which case I'm thinking maybe go Tactician. Because this doesn't have a primary stat, this is just Martial Lifestyle. And I think being able to do Martial Lifestyle in the steppe is going to be pretty important. At what point do we get a second accolade? Unlocked via innovations, dynasty legacies, and higher tiers. Higher tiers what? Who knows? Well, I think we're going to go primary Vanguard because I love heavy infantry and they're going to be the core of our army. The secondary I think is going to be Tactician, and then we'll get Outrider for whoever the next person is. so that we can get the retinue footmen, and then also later retinue horsemen. Because the vanguard we can... Oh, this is true. We can change the secondary accolade. The primary you can never change. The secondary you can. So we could start this guy as an outrider, and then we can switch out the outrider aspect. But I think it still just makes sense. Tactician as a secondary is fine. Create. Okay. Quite like the accolade system. It's interesting. Cool. So I do still need to have more champions. Why can they not? Oh, they can. Yazi is my general and a cloned knight. Oh, so we can do both. Interesting. Alright, so what else do I need to do? Cadet branch. Eventually, yes, but right now, no. Tributaries. Let's take a look. Tributaries are a type of subject, a type of relationship between two rulers where an agreement of a truce is put in place in exchange for a periodic payment. When the deal is in place, the tributary then provides either herd, taxes, or prestige to their suzerain. Tributaries are a type of subject, a type of relationship between the two rulers where an agreement of a truce is put into place. In comparison to the usual subject type, vassals, these tributaries have a bit more freedom from the suzerain. They can break free if their own requirement of a leader is not met and they find luck elsewhere. All types of subjects will be displayed in the Realms panel. If the list of subjects you see tributaries, chance of wanting to break free, and a special tributary contract, where you as the suzerain can, for example, increase or decrease their payments, or the war support either of you will have in upcoming quarrels. As migration is common for the nomads, moving away from your tributary land has a big impact on the willingness to stay as your tribute. If you can't witness your greatness, they will soon look for protection and truces with other rulers closer by. If you yourself have a tributary role, it could allow you to grow the herd in peace under the protection of a bigger suzerain. But power can trade hands quickly in the Great Steppe. Make sure you and the people you consider friends aid each other when in need to grow, but don't be afraid to break free and join the side of a greater Khan when the situation demands it. There is only one succession law. Succession law is equal because of our culture. And everyone approves now, including the guy who was previously not approving. Morikos. What changed? Oh, I think the number just needs to be over 50, so it just hadn't recalculated. He was 50 out of 50 previously, but because I made a Kulatai, he became obedient. Okay. Because my relation to them all is 100. Right, migration. Let's take a look. When playing as a nomad in the Great Steppe, you have the possibility to migrate. Migration is important for nomads as it's a great way to find new lands for your herd to graze and grow big. Herd represents your people and their flock. Your herd needs land with good county fertility to keep fed. Let's have a look at how to find the best spots in the steppe where fertility will benefit you in the realm. Choosing a new location for your herd should be mainly based on county fertility. Fertility of the land is measured on a scale from 0 to 100 and will deplete at a steady pace as you inhabit the land. When it's been depleted, you need to migrate to a new location to keep growing. The distance you can migrate is dependent on the tiers and the dominance law you currently enforce. Realms with a large domain and high dominance will have different needs from migrating, and at some point not needing to migrate at all for the purpose of growing the herd. To select a location you would potentially want to migrate to, click a de jure title on the map. Click on any location or range. Where am I at the moment? I am here. So let's say I want to go to Kaffa. Depending on the chosen location, you will see pins on the map telling you the specific county fertility or some of the entire domain fertility in the de jure title selected. This is actually one of the better ones, but it's because it's a shepherd here. And they would accept. Less prestigious. Okay, so prestige matters for moving in on people. Will not accept, but I can offer gold or herd for him to move. I guess that's what the red means. These are the places that will be like, nah. No, I think it's the level of fertility. Yes, it is. Oh wow, there's 100 fertility right there. I should go here. The chosen location of the migration always holds at least one nomad or herder that we will need to negotiate with to be granted access. You can offer them herd, gold, or use a hook to help them convince you to accept the proposal to migrate to the area. There can be several nomads in the same location of your target location. If you were to migrate to a hostile way, they would all react. But if you can persuade the strongest character within the area moving in, they will be welcomed by them all. Migration negotiation is accepted, you would leave your current title behind and possibly your subjects as well. If the nomad with the biggest herd of the area does not accept your proposal, you'll have to declare war against them and all the other nomads that inhabit the chosen location. You can see the total herd strength displayed in the window of these cases. So if I was to go here, it would show military strength. Similar to if the negotiation is accepted, a declined proposal will lead you to leaving your current title behind and possibly other subjects as well. You'll be also considered unlanded, meaning you have no county fertility and therefore your herd won't grow. It'll be the utmost interest to either win the war or after that find another location for you and the flock to migrate to. If all goes well with the migration, you'll have heaps of new lands to graze, new possibilities to deal with the settlement issue that gives you the opportunity to handle conflicts and increase the local county control of the new domain. Land changes hands often in the Great Steppe, so make sure you balance dread with opinion to keep all doors open. One lost title for a nomad means trifold within grasp for you as long as you keep growing the herd and dominance. This is forested area too. Oh, this is a really good area. I'm going here. Yoink. So much for going east, but also we're going from the super wintry to the super summery, so better quality lands. The whole camp sounds like a roaring waterfall. Kids running around, animals protesting and grunting. Adults finish packing up. Dozens and dozens of memories untidily organised into bundles and cranes. Well, not really. We just arrived here like yesterday. I take a last look at Kizil Yar while I tap my horse on the side. I can only hope that Yanokul is a nicer place as this was. Inspire conversion to the thoughtful Chiefess Bjorg. Sod off. I'm Orsatrue. And I'm leaving Orsatrue behind. Good luck converting them. Right, I'm not subterfuge. I need to pick something else. So we have a tactician, which means I get bonus to martial. But I suck at martial. I have 5 in that. My best skill is stewardship. And I think I'm going to pick stewardship and then go down the architect track. So I can make my buildings and things cheaper. Before I do that though, what does this actually do? Prestige. Herd gain is actually diplomacy. That's interesting. Martial is maintenance, herd conversion to horde riders, army toughness, levy recruitment, travel safety, and advantage. Stewardship is monthly income from the herd. Monthly barter goods. I don't even know what those are. Domain taxes, domicile income, speed, domain limit. Intrigue is scheme secrecy. Advantages. Success chance. Yeah, so it's all the scheme stuff. And then this is fertility growth. Reduces the prestige cost to increase crown authority. Ah, so that's why the crown authority wasn't just 1,000 previously. But no, we're stewardship. We are going to go all in on that. Monthly income from herd 1.1. Oh, Mordvinian's actually paying me more. Nice. I don't know why, but I'll take it. And then what was the other thing? Oh yeah, bartering goods. We don't even have access to those. The improved pasturages were just completed. I still haven't chosen the lifestyle, so we're going stewardship. I think I'm just going to go domain focus. Although... oh, this also increases domicile income. Which is this, 0.6. And it's roughly double of what I have. So if I get another 3 points, it's basically 6% increase. Barter goods would represent the various types of island wares, such as dried fish or rattan crafts, used to barter and upkeep armies by Wanua rulers. Barter goods are produced by the tribal hold and other buildings. Okay, what is a Wanua ruler? Oh, these are like the Filipino people. From the coastal settlements, Wanoa rulers are able to cross the seas to barter and aid far more effectively than their continental tribal counterparts. So it's a coastal tribal nation. Interesting. Arachnos, it's been a hot minute since I could catch you live. However, been good. Work's been busy, obviously, with Paradox stuff. We've been doing the dev corners, so a little bit more of what we've been working on is live. To the public, which is nice. But yeah, we're in full production, working on Australia at the moment. Or at least I am working on Australia at the moment. For the next expansion, which is Thunder at our gates. Australia, Siam, and Dutch East Indies. Should be interesting. Right, I was still trying to decide whether I wanted to make money directly or indirectly. And I get 27 a month on this. I get 30 a month on the military stuff. So maybe I do want to be strategy focused. No, I have 5 military. I suck at that. But we're picking one of these. Let's go with wealth focus, because domain focus doesn't actually increase the herd size. And I think that just 10% more income is better. Oh, like what Paradox stuff, give us all the leaks. Nothing I just said is a leak. It's all public knowledge. My people's outriders spread far and wide beyond the herds and the wagons, prowl the passing land like panthers. The local loosed the first arrow at us, reports my chief outrider Yazi. But with fire and sword we made them rue it. We'll bring you the spoils of their camp and this Fasheng ring. So we can return the spoils, gain piety, lose money. And I lose herd. Distribute it amongst the warriors. Or claim the spoils. I'm just, so we're not doing that. Yazi gets the ring. We're going to return the spoils. High intrigue with just and honest. A place to call home. The cloudless sky is about to turn red as we arrive in Yanukul, the colour of a fresh wound. These lands pay diligent tribute to Beg Yeki, Erika warns us. I do not expect he will tolerate otherwise. Who is that? That's you. You have 677 men. I have 518. We are about the same strength, but you're currently penniless. So I'm thinking I probably say no. I bow to no one. Because I can also recruit more troops if I need to. Anyway, Yarakul is steppe. It is 100% fertility, so I can be here for a while. And right next door to us is forests. So if I absolutely have to fight in forested areas, I can do that. And we're right back to the area we just left. Oh dear. But from here we could go northwards if we wanted to. Via the forest areas, although Sibir is tribal, isn't it? So I don't think you can be nomad in tribal territories. But anyway, oh yeah, look at that herd growth. It's gone from, what was it, plus 17 to plus 33. That's a huge change. And we don't pay no taxes either. But being where we are, I think I do want to increase the size of my military slightly. We're in the steppes, so let's get another unit of horse archers. Excellent. And we could raid. It's just a shepherd next door. 300 men in that Bashkir force. You have steppe riders and horse riders. You're going to suck in the woods. No, I'm not, because I've got Vanguard, Huskals. So yeah, let's do some raiding. 600 men. Oh, you've already been raided. And you have no money. You have 1,700 men? Wow. You're in the mountains. Who are you? 680. And what is my army composition? Okay, so none of these guys have penalties. Oh no, you have penalties in the mountains. Big ones too. You only have 400 men. You do not get a lot of stuff out of raiding here. Gone are the days when we're sacking Constantinople. Oh, that's a large army. Owner is 5 years in debt. Where the hell did that army come from? How have you got 700 men? Because that's not you. This is you. No, that's me. Oh, it's the whole Confederation. Oh, shit. Let's not do that. I'm still learning this. Let's not go raiding. It is a silly idea. And having my armies raised probably actually loses me more money than actually raiding stuff. Like 8 ducats is nothing. Oh dear, I'm already there. You've raised your troops. Alright, let's go back 1 more month. And then I guess we just stay where we are and grow. Just let the herd expand. It can grow 6 times larger than what it is now. And we can also fairly cheaply upgrade the buildings of our domicile. And in order to be competitive with anyone around us, that's probably what we need to do. Scheme of court. Someone is planning to kill Mosheg. Right, well, that was a bit of a bust. But the larger the herd grows, the more horde riders I can get, the bigger my regular army can be. So we just need to grow like this. Morikos is a dedicated hunter just as myself. I am sure we should have much to talk about and many experiences to bond over. We should meet and compare kills. I'm sure he exaggerated a little bit, but that's fine. We're losing 0.8 fertility a month. Oh, control. Right, I need to set you guys up with jobs, because you're currently all doing the same thing. You're not very good at it. Your job was managing the fertility. Your job was increasing the control, which we need to do a lot. And your job was also managing the herd. War declared on Suzerain. Iltabas Naru is being attacked by Kagan Manasseh III. Wait, is that the Khazars? They can't leave me alone! Refir is scheming against Mosheg. I'll have a hook on you. I think that you should just, you know, stop doing the thing you're trying to do. I guess my having a hook on him stops him doing the thing he's trying to do? I don't know. Made a friend! Scheme successful. After laborious preparation, I was finally able to spend an evening alone with Morikos to speak about the things that make life worth living and share a few good stories. By the time I left, it felt as though we'd known each other for a lifetime already. Okay, so the main fighting guy is now on our side. Also, I should probably station you lot in Yarakul, just to give you the extra combat stats. Faith here is also true. Oghuz. What does Oghuz have? Warrior culture, swords for hire, iron cavalry, devoted horsemanship. Can recruit horse archers as men-at-arms. Can always build horse herds in holdings in the culture. Allows become adventurer. Bonuses to light cavalry, heavy cavalry, archer cavalry, men-at-arms. Can recruit Tarkans. Yeah, I do quite like the idea of mixing with these guys. I would get rid of that one. I don't want that minus 25% cultural fascination progress. That's horrible. Speaking of which, what are we currently fascinated by and how are we doing in terms of becoming early medieval? Slowly but surely. Both cultural and fascination are focusing on mangonels at the moment, so it should be going pretty quickly. Although I don't think that's actually going to benefit me. The Great Steppe is a situation where you'll have to take the fertility of the lands into account, hoping to learn more about this. Playing as a nomadic ruler, ensuring the herd can grow at their primary concern. The herd grows by having fertile lands to graze, thus you will need to move around and search for bountiful grasslands for you and the flock to thrive. Nomads rule the steppe region, where you'll be taking part in the situation. The steppe is divided into 3 regions, where the focus lies on the county fertility of the land. So we're currently in the western steppe, which is why our situation changed. Each of the 3 regions will be affected by the steppe season. These seasons are not your regular winter or summer, but a long-time effect on the county fertility of the land. How and where these effects will affect you is visible through the season effects. For example, living in a region with abundant grazing will have an impact on fertility of the herd to graze, but will also affect the opinion of the people following you. To be able to plan ahead, you can get the help of a stargazer. The stargazer will predict the chance of 2 seasons being the next in the season, so high chance of this being a cold zud next time. With this information, you can decide whether it's best to stay put in the location or try to migrate to a neighbouring region. The longer you stay in the fertile land, the bigger your herd will grow and the happier your people will be. To get an overview of how the other nomads in the Great Steppe are doing, you can view the bottom of the panel. The nomad with the biggest herd holds the title of Gurkhan, with the herd strength being either the biggest threat or the biggest ally you can come across at the steppe. If you hold this title, you can potentially level up your dominance in the realms panel to the 5th and final level, unrestricted. The herd strength will be used during wars and raids, but in the form of nomadic horde. Horde is a part of your herd that is fit for fighting, so think of it as your horses, your camels, and the people who can hold a bow and arrow, while the herd that is left are the sheep, the cows, the children, and so on. To view other regions, you click on them in this view. But the one impacting you is the one you are currently in. Now, are you ready to lead your flock during both the bountiful times and the trying times? Finding new land through war or migrating away is always an option for a strong nomadic ruler to show your people the way to the rich lands, the golden apple of the steppe. Okay. So I'm trying to get to 2,500 so that I can level up to the next nomad level. I see we've become an OPM again. Yep. And a very weak one too. Ah, they're in here. Murder Moshag. So these are the agents. They are very early on in that. Okay, I'm not going to intervene until it actually becomes more dangerous. Just having the hooks on these guys for being in a murder thing, I think is better. So we can definitely see the county fertility ticking steadily down. The herd counting steadily up. The number of horde riders I have also increasing. Rack! My whip tears into me furiously and again. The intense, isolated, burning pain focuses me. I give my body the last just a few more times. Each strike brings me to a smidgen closer to that sweet absolution. And then I spot Tusty, my son, staring straight at me. Not quite my finest hour. My dungeons reverberate with the screams of pain. Youthful screams. I hasten forth. Squinting, I see the culprit is my son, Toasty, and one of my whips, my jaw drops as Toasty wounds himself in the name of the Allfather. I stagger away from the sight. That's how I act. What am I doing? Let's not do flagellant. That's from a, right. That's from a, stress break, probably from being a just, honest, intrigue person. Such a bad combination. Oh my gosh, if I wasn't an intricate web weaver, I would have An intrigue of 2. 2! Okay, no longer flagellant. What we could probably do... is pet pause and get rid of some stress. It is time to take a deep breath and find my trusted four-legged companion Paws. Some people say cats are evil and shellfish creatures, but no matter how tough life gets, she will always be there. -14 stress. I find Paws sleeping on the bed, and as I sit down beside her, I am greeted by a quite confused chirp. However, as I start running my fingers through her orange fur, she starts quickly purring with contentment. The sound seems to relax my whole being. Bithynia still lives, Volga Bulgaria still lives. Byzantine Empire is again having a civil war. Now I'm getting these. Wisdom and Mercy are legendary. It seems there is no recourse for a dispute other than settle it on the battlefield. The Oiskan conquest of the chieftain of Yanokul. You have way more resources than me. Oh, it's my next door neighbour. We also have oranges. Run to the woods, so I'm way better at fighting than those. We're basically going to try and take their territory before they can take mine. Whoops, let's stay here. That's going to be a definite loss. Their commander is better. How good is their commander? 39 advantage. Yeah, I don't stand a chance with my 16. Open terrain expert. Naturally. We do have a winter soldier. The cleaning robot's hammering against my door. Oh, you're currently ill. Oh, Yazi is also a winter soldier. What's this battle over? Conquest the chieftain of Yanokul. I guess I just become unlanded if I lose. I'm just going to surrender. There's no way of winning this. So I no longer control this, so I am now unlanded. So it's time for me to move again. So let's do that. What about if I just go next door? They will straight up accept. Okay. Mine now. Spouse acting on my behalf. My husband spent a significant amount of time travelling the realm with his honour guards. There are many matters he can settle on my behalf. The military presence that Chieftain Stein brings with him is a firm reminder of my right to rule. So I gain a bunch of prestige. I would love to have that prestige. Thank you. Then you guys need to have your jobs again. So you are managing the fertility of my realm. You are imposing control on my realm, which has 0 at the moment. Oh dear. I'm not getting any herd. Does it need to recalculate? Yes. Okay, I suspect it's probably the low control. Yes, it is. There's not much I can do about that. So I think it's probably a good thing that it didn't just fight there. And instead just was like, alright, it's yours. I'm out. Peace. Although he can easily come after me again and just keep on basically chasing me down. Did I not have a big kingdom yesterday? What happened? I became a nomad. I decided to continue going east. I've made it from here to here. So clearly making really good progress on my journey over to here somewhere. But now I can very easily move around. I'm staying in this area at the moment because the Western Steppe is having the everlasting summer, whereas the fertility of the Central and Eastern Steppe currently sucks. So I'm here basically just trying to build up the herd. I have a huge capacity. Is there anything else I can do to change the control? I don't think so. Corruption. Upset the shepherds. Fertility consumption goes up, popular opinion goes down. However, I have got my first stewarding perk. And I think I'm going to say cutting wood to make building stuff cheaper. Which is a good point. I should probably take a look at the nomadic capital. I cannot upgrade you yet. I do have the upgraded pasturages. We are at the moment just in the steppe. So I could get goats. Wait, not goats, sheep. Which increases the fertility growth. Or I could start building one of these. Like, I'm thinking maybe getting the Square of Courage to get the movement speed and the raiding speed. Archer cavalry damage would also be nice. This is only 17 ducats. It's super cheap. It does cost me 300 herd though. Let's do it. I can join a hunt. That's kind of tempting. Yeah, let's join the hunt. I am a hunter. Joining the hunt of the guy who just stole my land. Fantastic. I suck at travelling over steps, so let's go with the... These are different options. Step danger, desert warrior. A modicum of danger going across there because of the low control, but that's fine. My old pope, Beg-I-Odin, is hosting a hunt in Yarakul. The time has come for us to depart. I look forward to getting to spend some more time with him. This can't possibly go bad. In the quiet of our camp near Kaginskoye, a shrieking uproar breaks the calm. My Kultai member Ottar confronts my champion, Bork, accusingly, holding a treasured amulet. "You thief! This was my mother's!" Ottar exclaims, eyes blazing with anger. Bork vehemently denies the claim. "You're lying to Borcher, it's always belonged to me." I think it belongs to me now. Except I'm just, I can't do that. So either way, they've become rivals. So Bork is just a champion, whereas he is a member of my Kurultai. It's Ottar's. I want to keep him loyal. We knew that travelling through the Kaginskoye steppe wouldn't be easy. We marched until the night without stop, arriving at our next destination so late that we don't even dine. Yes, I will buy your better horses. For sure. As we await the arrival of the rest of the guests, Beg Iodin has started on the preparations. His master the chase are figuring out which area the participants will gather all the animals for the next Nerge. Knowing the land is the first of many steps towards success. My horse is excited about the prospects of the hunt as I am, but those great challenges are awaiting us the next couple of days. After a long wait, we finally all line up, after a bit of back and forth, and finally Beg Iodin lifts his bow up to kill the first animal. A faint scream is followed by panicked bleating as the animals go wild. The moment we hear the scream, several riders set out immediately. They're all trying to prove themselves, to each other, and to the Beg. And yet, I shall be the best hunter. With each hunter in their proper position, our riders close in on the pack of boars. Some scout out the beasts while trotting slightly ahead of the formation, while others are ready to strike. Foolishly, Erdem runs out in their head, causing some of the boars to scatter. His attempts to corral them back are in vain, and the beasts try to flee our grasp. So I can leave him be. I gain some dread, which is actually good for dealing with control issues, I think. Character's dread can range from 0 to 100, except for nomads who can achieve 150. Dreadful ruler reaps the following benefits. Vassals are discouraged from joining factions, discouraged from scheming, increasing vassal acceptance, increases offer vassalization acceptance, makes electors more likely to vote for you, makes vassals unlikely to oppose law changes. Or we can regroup. I lose 50 herd, but the outcome is much more successful. I mean, this is a stewarding thing, and I'm good at stewarding, usually. Yeah. Saved it. Look! Erdem points at a group of wild oxen hidden on the path to the left. Let's hunt them down! My belly rumbles in anticipation. So this is a chance to show my prowess. Get as many as I can, or no use following a stranded pack. What is my stress at the moment? So this wouldn't be critical. And actually getting the opportunity to get a bit more prowess would be good. Because as we've seen, prowess equals obedience. Your next feast will be free. That's interesting. Or I gain herd. Animals perish by your hand. I become more prowessful. A rogue stag, Jacques announces in a hushed voice. One arrow directly into its heart, and it'll be ours, Chiefess. Beg Iodin nods and draws his bow, waiting my instructions. My instructions? Leave him to me. Oh, wait. I did gain stress. Aim well. 50-50. I'm sure you'll be fine. Killed the dangerous beast. Hunt from above. I have always enjoyed this part of the grassland, Beg Iodin observes. As we march together, my father used to bring us here to hunt. Before I have time to reply, a buzzard comes diving down at him, screeching like a newborn baby. Help! He yells. I know how to deal with these. Except I don't. My time to shine. Wait, do I not still have a raptor? No. 67% chance of shooting it, 27% embarrassing myself, slight chance of wounding myself. Time to shine. Shoot the bird. My aunt-in-law, Duchess Gerda, has been showing the signs of pregnancy for some time now. As we finally finish up the Nerge, we look at the slaughtered animals we managed to hunt. It's quite the sight as we start sifting through and butcher the animals before they spoil. There's a good mood as we do our work. Everyone's pleased with the results of the hunt. So he gains these things and I gain prestige. Jolly good. And I'm back home. Should have gained some hunting skill. Not really.
Huzzah!
Okay, what do we have? Oop, Toasty needs a guardian. Toasty is currently learning diplomacy. And I would agree with that decision. Thankfully, we have incredible diplomats that can teach him. Calm, gregarious, trusting, or calm, trusting, and compassionate. I do not want to be compassionate, so I think Arslan's going to be the one to teach. Oh, I can station them in the arms. Yes, I can. We're in the steppe, so it should probably be these guys again. Not that they get very much. Oh, does stationing cost money? But we're earning very little money at the moment because of how terrible the control here is. Bjorg, this cat has to go! My husband, Diane, is holding paws up by the skin of her neck. Eyes red and nose running. I can't stand this anymore. I can hardly breathe. Also, scheming against Usheg. Not Sheg. How's that going? You're at 8% success. Not exactly going well, is it? You lot are as incapable of doing this type of thing as I am. Gain stress in exchange for a chance to earn a commander trait. Ah, that was the building I built. My army size has gone down. But at least the herd is growing again, albeit slowly. Stable succession now. Increased control. Lost upset shepherds. That's good. Popular opinion here is now +10. Hawker has been captured by Manasseh. Or has taken over. Sigurdur did indeed die. Your army is just getting worse. Look at your neighbour! Savaka approaches me as the sun dies over the mountains. She nods energetically as she gets closer, surveying the land. Even with the Lord's blessing, our herd still struggles, she says, pointing at some pacing horses. The neighbouring land of Signat Oiguz is much more fertile. You must convince Iodun to make way for our people. If you could peacefully migrate there, I get more county fertility. Again, opinion, or... Well, this is the guy that just chased me out of that land, so it's not going to happen. I'm just going to say, yeah, you're being pious. Well done. Ooh, spy with my little eye. Pretty hefty disease. Jarl Dalar has become the new dynasty head. And they're going to be making a decision about the new legacy soon. wow, we are right on the edge of the land of the Khazars. But the next age is going to be soon, and there's a very high chance of there being a cold Zud here. So we're almost certainly going to want to move away. Although the fertility here is so high, we can probably stay a little while. The recent death of my uncle, Jarl Hawker, has left his loved ones grieving the loss of a great man. As one of those closest to the deceased, I could take up the mantle of hosting a suitable funeral. I don't have the money. Sucks. Whitey is here, coming in with a 74-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Doesn't look like the pox are spreading. Quite a few people have died. Oh, Hisham's flu is even worse. My son! And then there were 3. The cold Zut. The cold cuts sharply through the skin. The skin around my cheeks has started to peel off. Animals shiver under the strong winds, bereft of the energy to feed themselves. However, with low chances to survive, people are a lot more susceptible to swear their obedience. Control decreases again. Damn it! But I'm actually kind of okay here. Fertility is high enough. The herd continues to grow. And control is slowly rising. So what are we at? We've got Cold Zud for us. We've got severe drought in the centre. And Cold Zud in the eastern steppes. So it's not going to be much better anywhere. Oh, White Zud, sorry. It's, I think, worse than the cold. Yeah, that one's worse. So consumption goes up. Demand obedience, demand as tributary goes up. Herd gain is reduced. Retaliation, more CB is free. Army movement is reduced. Movement speed over land while raiding is also reduced. Higher chance to become ill. Whereas if we were here, 80% fertility consumption. Herd gain minus 40. Higher chance to become ill. 20% consumption. Nomadic rule is more likely to accept migration requests. Herd gain minus 10, herd conversion to horde raiders plus 10. Raid speed plus 25%. So the central step is going to be a buzz with the sound of raiders. I can demand that Matiga becomes tributary. That's this guy. 326. He is smaller than me. But I kind of like being nimble. I can just... Someone attacks me and I'm just like, nope, bye! And then just leave. And I also love the fact that we just have this crazy amount of fertility at the moment. And the better our control becomes, the more resources I get here. Any more soldiers now available. A schemer discovered, plotting to kill Moshe. This is the most inept scheme we've ever seen. Where's it gone? Oh, it's now actually gone. They gave up. Pack of wolves, 20 dead sheep, a mangled shepherd and tracks leading up into the grasslands. A loathsome pack of wolves are killing what is rightfully mine in Sycamora. I should ready my bow and quiver. My reputation as chiefess is at stake. Hunt success chances increased in this county. Well, let's call a hunt then. I should have the resources for it now. Oh, costs hurt. That's interesting. Oh, there's the Nerge. Hunt hundreds of animals to show prowess and strength. Gain legitimacy, gold, dread, and prestige. May gain martial, commander, or trait experience. We're going on a hunt. We're doing it in Sycamora. Don't need to do that because it's local. And we are doing this for recreation. I think I am quite stressed out still. Let's do a reasonable party. As we await the arrival of the rest of the guests, my servants can get started on the preparations. The master of the chase check the grassland for each day for signs of the quarry while establishing a camp close to the hunting grounds. Right, speaking of which, I should probably assign the master of the chase. And I have several good ones. Marcos, you'll work. Control increase. Okay, we badly need one of you. Chieftain Stein, you can be the lawman. Cultural acceptance increased by 3 between Modvinian and other cultures in the realm every year. Oh. We're managing the domain though. There we go. Now control is rising. Oops. Didn't mean to close that. Morikos, your master of the hunt, summons the party together as the light reaches the camp in the grasslands near Sycamora. My men have been gathering sightings of the wolf that is terrorizing the local area. The pack is a nuisance, scavenging the farms and retreating deep into the forests. Let's go! In the unforgiving steppe of Sycamora, the chase has been long. Onward we ride, leaving behind the poorer riders, the weaker horses, but now even the strong geldings grow lean. Our noble beasts carry us through the hunt, but keeping on this pace, the horses will return home thin and unready for battle. Pray that it stalks slowly, does not flee. For a few trinkets, the locals will spare fresh horses, let the horses starve. Ready a hunters, let's do that one. It's starting to get dark, Bork opens a hand. We better find a place to... But his sentence gets abruptly interrupted. A dead wolf lies on the snow, a cub pushing its head against her lifeless belly. Cold weather must have killed the mother. I get a wolf butt. Prestige and dread gain. Or I have a higher chance of success. Our chance of success right now is kind of concerning, so we're going to go for the success chance. My friend Miracos signals across the grasslands. A whole wolf pack crouches in a hollow not far off. The beast bolts at our approach, howling the alarm as they retreat into the tall grass, fangs snarling. We chase after the fleeing silver vermin, focusing on the largest of the group. Now begins the real chase. After it, we ride! More perilous. I have okay prowess. I wouldn't say it's amazing. Well, compared to my people, I'm actually one of the highest prowess. Except for Morocos. Where'd that go? Find the slope. I paused to quaff from my water skin, savouring the cool relief from the sweat and havoc of the chase. As I secure it by my side, I hear a low whistling noise. An arrow slams into the dirt at my feet, burying itself deeply into the ground. I'm not going to do that. Going to do that. Be more careful! After hours of riding, we're finally cornering the wily beast. Our chase has not been in vain. Whether tired or defiant, the wolf at last halts, turns towards us, and lets out an almighty howl. The huntsmen quickly surround the growling animal, which glowers at me, its bare fangs frothing and dripping with saliva. Spears ready? Refir died. A tragedy. The group surges forwards, fanning out around the terrified animal. There's a 15% chance of that happening. We slowly surround it, spears bristling, but Refir takes a horrendous strike before we put the howling beast out of its misery. Tragedy. Hunts like these are a pure joy, and I cannot wait for next year. There is nothing quite like the thrill of bringing down a mighty beast. I direct the breaking up, carefully skinning the carcass with directions from the game masters. We place the eager dog's share of the spoils on the stretched hide before departing for the camp and home. So I can get wolf fangs, which gives more prestige than the skin did. Lose 112 stress because I'm a hunter. Oh, we're already going into all of these things. That was good. Gained 50 dread. Wow. 37 legitimacy. And yeah, a whole bunch of stress. Ah! They gain glory from doing this. That's good to know. My first item in like 3 generations. What's that disease doing? It's burning out. Iltabar Simur of the Pashengs is demanding a courtier. How do I join the Confederation? So the monthly change is rising and rising and rising as the control does. Wild herd. Oh, it's a settlement issue. And we can gain a whole bunch of stuff with this. A wild herd has been seen roaming rampant through the fields around Sakmara, and flock will suffer as long as these beasts are left alone. Let's deal with it. Even from afar, the grazing beasts are a sight to behold. They have voraciously fed on the land, leaving little room for our own flock to thrive and expand. Our terrorized shepherds have asked us to handle them before it leaves our own herd starving and dying. So I can take this as a martial challenge. I can feast on them. Or I can sell them. Any of these gives me 25 control, which is a huge boost. Let's... take the money. We're a steward. And then with that money, let's go and reinvest it into the capital. So we now have the Square of Courage, which we can upgrade. Or we can build something. Large loot sacks increases our movement speed and raiding speed and loot capacity. Although, as we've seen, looting around here is kind of terrible. The semi-permanent barracks also increases all of my men-at-arms. That might be better. Or we do the millet storage. I still can't upgrade you to level 3. I need the 2,500. So I think I'm going to go for the level 3 millet storage. It is the most expensive. That is actually really expensive. Let's do this one so we're better able to defend ourselves in the future. Because of stuff like this. It's the same guy again, isn't it? Yep, Iodin. Now he's got 2,000 men. I think we just leave. So... question being, to where? Fortunately, this guy's just being greedy. There's no way that I can fight 1,500 men, if that's even all he has. Like, his martial is just so much better than mine. We're basically playing this as, oh, what's it called? Herders at the moment, because I'm just trying to build my herds up. Oh, but I do have a lifestyle perk. Professional workforce. Construction time, herd increase. I think I might just take that one. Yeah, let's not even raise armies. I think I'm just going to go ahead and surrender straight up again. I don't lose anything doing this. It just means I become unlanded and have to leave. So then the question becomes, where do we go? Oh, this counts as outside the Great Steppe. Just that little area. Although up here we can go to. Who controls that land? have to fight them. And they've got quite a large army. So I don't think that's going to be the way forwards. Fortunately, the fertility of basically everywhere else is terrible. How have you used up the fertility of this place so quickly? It was 100. Using Yanakol. So I could pay him. And I think this would also give us a... truce. It's probably worth the 225 herd. The gold we will get back in 50 months, which is 5 years. Yeah, maybe not. Unfortunately, the fertility of all of those areas is absolute garbage. I mean, actually, if we stayed here and paid them... Oh, I have a hook on him. Because I saved his life! Of course! I think I'm going to stay where I am, actually. The cloudless sky is about to turn red as we arrive in Sakmara, the colour of a fresh wound. Put up the tents again. Hopefully I haven't lost the control. I've lost all of the control, so I have to do all of that again. Damn it. But at least now I have a truce. The only question is how long. 3 years. It's not very long. Can it become a tributary? Yes. I would accept that, because his army is actually pretty decent for his size. And then I'm going to stay in this area. Okay, let's start working on the control again. Which you're already doing. Then I need my councillors. You are doing the fertility here. You are doing control here. And you two are managing the herd. Okay. Lack of tools. This is a option. Control thing. The latest migration to Sakmara has taken a toll on my people. We didn't move! We just hid in the hills for a little bit. So I lose some money, I lose some prestige. Or I lack tools. I don't think I want to lack tools. No, not really. I will take the prestige hit because I'm not really using it for much at the moment. Although, who actually is the most powerful in the house? Boulder. I'm not even in the top of the list. So what I could do is flip over to the Dynasty Head for a second, pick the next trait. I think I might do that. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Is there a quick way to switch? So who's the current head of the family? That would be Boulder of Matubia. I'm not going to unpause, so hopefully nothing changes. He's there. Okay. So switch character. Boulder Matuba. Choose the legacy. Okay, so legacy. What has the family as a whole been doing? Like, yes, I've been messing around in the steppe. Doing kind of poorly. Volga, Bulgaria exists. Mordvinia's lost a ton of territory. But they've been relatively peaceful since then. I haven't seen anyone rising to power in Byzantium for a little while. So let's see what the options are. And of course, control. Kind of glad that it didn't immediately pick so I can do this. So, mythical ancestors. Because it definitely feels like our ancestors have done better than we are currently doing. Basically, continue building up the opportunity to do the myth. Rightful rulers. Building up legitimacy. Actually, consolidation is something we've been doing. So, yeah, legitimacy is absolutely an option. Adventure? We still have adventurers. We still have people who go off into the steppe on their own. Pillaging, we haven't really been doing much actual raiding. Language scholars, we haven't really done much of that. Activities, not a huge number. Warfare remains an important part of our life. And actually, Inherited Tactics is a really nice buff. Men-at-Arms counter and just flat 5% advantage whenever we fight. Law, we haven't been doing much of, although I've been doing more hunting. We did also create a lot of titles when we were Mordvinia. So mostly fair, maybe. I think that might actually be better than Mythical Ancestors at this point. Blood, no. Erudition, no. Glory, not really. And kin, no. Okay, so I think these are the 5 actually that make the most sense. So Mythical Ancestors is continuing the heroic bloodline. Rightful Rulers is a start on the legitimacy. Now that we're starting to consolidate our hold. Byzantium, Emperor twice, we're still an important family in Byzantium. We were the Kingdom of Mordvinia, we are the Kingdom of Volga, Bulgaria. We might try to consolidate those territories again. We still have a lot of adventurers. Quite a few family members do split off, including us. So that's the gift givers. Inherited tactics is fighting is a thing we deal with a lot. And then laws. Again, this is trying to consolidate. We have become feudal, which is a big thing towards law. We have started to really settle down. Except for us, who are doing the opposite of that. But the others have really started to settle down. So I think that we have, yeah, some pretty good options here. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. And if you're currently watching on the uptops, you are going to need to go to that. Hi all, can't stay as I'm catching up on the VODs from last weekend, so I don't want to be spoiled. Have a good game, Roger. Thank you, Davidius. Enjoy watching the others. Yeah, some pretty good options here. A lot of things actually make sense. Turns out when you have quite a large family with lots of different branches, a lot happens. Weird. Alright, votes are almost done, so you have a couple more seconds left. Get your votes in. Language scholars would also make sense if it's a lot of places with different languages. That's true, but unlike when we were playing the learning characters, we haven't been focusing on actually learning those languages a lot. But then again, yeah, it probably would have made sense. Because we did also create the Mordvinian culture. That's true. And we are actually trying to spread our culture. So yeah, this probably should have been one of the options. Next time we'll do that. Remind me. So, the votes are in. Last place, gift givers with 0 points. So people don't like the adventuring lifestyle anymore. Then we've got the mythical ancestors, because more recently we've been having setbacks as opposed to making progress. Although the previous Queen of Mordvinia did quite a bit. Mostly fair was the law and the legitimacy. Inherited tactics did not win out. We are not going military. Instead, we have the rightful rulers. We've started down the path of legitimacy, and actually that control growth is going to be super helpful for us. So I'm not going to complain about this. I really like this system, actually. The fact that the entire family has a progression. That's really nice. Okay, so we're going to, again, switch character back, if I can find her, to you. Alright, and we're back. Semi-permanent barracks has been completed, so that is upgrading our men-at-arms, who are again unstationed, so we need to make sure we get those guys stationed. We are still in the steppe, so let's put you there. And we do have sufficient money to build something more. Now might be the time for the millet storage, although this is using a lot of the herd. You know what? Let's go with the growth in steppe. It's fertility, it's not herd growth. I do have another building slot too. The Bartus... Oh no, we can't do that. Need to border a non-nomadic realm. I wonder if you then migrate away, whether you keep the barter stalls. Anyone happen to know? The Ovu Mound would give us more money from the herd, which is our primary source of income at the moment. I don't think I want any of those buildings, to be honest. We could upgrade this, but that costs a lot. Herd gain plus 2%. The Zud shelter seems like it would be the best option. Let's do that. It is costing us herd doing all of this. It might deactivate if you move away, or it might stay. Thanks, Curserix. Wow, that was fast. Okay, so the millet shelter is there. We can upgrade you again. And while we have this vague security, I think I'm going to go hard on the upgrades. This one is going to take a little longer to do. And the smaller the herd is, the less money we're earning, which is why my income keeps going down. But at least we're in a super fertile area, so as long as we get this control situation sorted, the herd growth is going to pick up again, and the money is going to pick up again. And at the moment, we're under the protection of this guy, which also means he can't attack me. Pause, the day of sorrow. No! Pause is not as young as she once was. As she crawls onto my lap, I can feel her trembling. I gently stroke her orange fur and listen to the purr long into the night, but as silence falls, I know she won't wake again. I'm not making a pelt out of that. I'll miss you. Is there actually any benefit to me to make the cadet branch? Yes, I gain prestige. You know what? I think it's time. Let's make something of this. So, House Viking Sakamara is not what we are. We are a Viking. What do we call this? We're the Steppe Vikings, is what this cadet branch is. So what are the Steppe Vikings going to be? I mean, we could literally be the Steppe Vikings. Viking Horde. For the Horde. Something wolf in the name? Elf Vikings like steppe wolves. I think we've just come up with the name of our... Can I close this without saving? Yes. Nomadic capital. We're not... This is Sakamara. Sakamara's this. Yeah, we are actually just called Sakamara. I was hoping we could come up with a different name for, like, our clan. But no, we're named after whatever the local territory is. Fair enough. So, steppe wolves actually sounds kind of cool. Well, the motto could be steppe wolf. I must have been kind of like steppe Viking. The spirit of the steppe wolves. And then we're going to adjust this existing design because I want to change this emblem. To see if there's any good pictures of a wolf. There's a whole lot of lions. There's wolves. I think the wolf head is the best one. Red and white? You want red and white? I mean, this definitely feels the most steppe-like. feel like it's not particularly centered. Like, our colours are black and red. I think the white for the snow, because we're kind of a mixture of the snow and the steppe. So maybe instead of red... Oh, this is the eyes. Don't really like whatever it is he's sticking out, so we're just going to keep that white, because I'm going to keep the white background of the triangle. Ah, here we go. And maybe brown for the step. We can do dark green. There we go. White and dark green. And if we wanted to keep the colorization correct. Ah, that just looks bad. We'll stick with the red motif. Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf. Wolf of the steppe. I'll just keep steppe Viking. And yeah, I quite like that crest, so I think that this is going to be good. Steppe Viking, Wolves the Steppe, want to be wild. Yeah, I like it. Okay, Steppenwolf it is. Cool. Oops. So now I just need control to grow. I just need that. Lively livestock. As additional payment in a recent trade, I find myself in possession of a large herd of livestock. I've been assured the animals are the highest quality, but the question of what should be done with them remains. Cattle herd. Development growth. County fertility growth. Does development matter here? Just increase the supply limit. Development is ignored because the owner has a nomadic government. Mutable herd, but could be larger. I mean, the county fertility growth for 15 years would be amazing. Yes! Dolgan key millet storage is done. So our herd can be absolutely enormous. We just need to let it grow to be that. One thing we could do is start raiding these much smaller neighbours. How many herd do you have? 3,000. Is your army this big? I think it's just the fact that you have 29 martial. Too honest for this. Playing a step raider who is honest, not a good idea. It does not blend well whatsoever. So income's going up, herd is going up. We're now at 50% control. The apple falls. Lately I've been pondering the education of my son Toasty. Is diplomacy really the appropriate direction? Since being trained in intrigue, I found that particular knowledge to serve me. Why am I teaching him? No, definitely do not do that, but also... Guardian's not showing. Oh, did the Guardian die? No. Who is your Guardian? You don't have one. So you are... not learning intrigue. Diplomacy would just be better, although you are actually better at intrigue. Alright, fine. Bill K should be teaching you. She's significantly better. I could have sworn it showed in here, like Guardian. Extra box. Oh, there it is, Guardian. I was right. There is, in fact, an extra box. It's just not where I thought it was. So, Arslan is still teaching him to be a diplomat and seems to be doing quite well. Yeah, that's fine. What? I wonder... There's not a message settings... Oh no. Discard changes. Because what I would actually really like is to have a pop-up whenever there's a child that needs a guardian. Rather than being hidden up here where there's basically always situations I can just ignore. Fertility is down to 65. We're up to 1500 herd. When do I declare war? County quarrel. I gain contested title. You have more troops than I do. You have a lot more troops than I do. Ah, this is how you get herds from just braiding people. What on earth are your allies? So you two are allied to each other, so I'd have to defeat both of you. If I were to fight you, I'd have to fight your overlord, right? Well, either way, my army isn't big enough, so there's not a lot I can do about this. So we basically just need to sit back and let the herd grow. Deplete the lands as much as we can, and then move on somewhere else. Make use of this high fertility while we can. Dogan is doing another hunt. I should probably join that. The hunt's been pretty good for us in the past. Yeah, I'll join you. I will take a caravan hunter. Caravan master. %1 chance of danger. I don't think I need to worry about this more than just travelling there. Let's go! Regency. You now have a regent. A regency can occur for many reasons, including when you travel, if you're a child, if you become incapable. In a regency, you can still do any action you could do normally. However, the regent gets the special borrowed powers they can use on the vassals. You always have veto rights over these borrowed powers. Now let's take a look at the regency. These are the scales of power. The further the scales favour your regent, they will have access to more borrowed powers, and ending the regency will be more difficult. You can directly swing the scales in your favour with swing the sails button. They currently have no power though. You can give your regent a mandate, which focuses their efforts in an area. You can always change the mandate later, depending on your priorities. If the conditions that started the regency are no longer true, you can try to end it. The regent has to accept this, but you can offer them things like gold or a favour to make it more likely they will accept. If they refuse, they can declare war. Regencies are mostly a reactive affair. For now, keep an eye on the scales of power. When your regent uses one of their borrowed powers, you will know and can decide what to do about it. Yeah, I don't think they actually have any powers. As we await the arrival of the rest of the guests, he starts in the preparations. The deer are close, I can feel it. This is a Nerge again. After a long wait, we finally all line up. After a bit of back and forth, Beg Iuden Garius, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Lifts his bow up and to kill the first animal. A pained scream is followed by panicked bleating as the animal goes wild. The moment we hear the scream, several riders set out immediately. They're all trying to prove themselves, to each other, and to the Beg. And so the hunt progresses. So yes, Garius, welcome to the stream and to all of your followers as well. We are currently playing as a Viking horde, a Viking nomad, with probably my favourite thing. The fact that I can... Sorry, quick way of showing this. I can recruit Vikings and horse units. It's quite the combination. They have basically no synergies. Anyway, with each hunter in their position, our riders closed on a pack of wolves. Some scouts on the beasts by trotting slightly ahead of the formation, while others are ready to strike foolishly. Iogan runs at the head, causing some of the wolves to scatter. His attempt to corral them back are in vain, and the beasts try to flee from the grasp. So I can just leave him, where he gets wounded. This is my tributary overlord at the moment. Regroup, collect what I can from the remains. Nerge outcome becomes more successful, but I do lose herd. I really don't want to do that. Or he's one of us. This mistake is only human, so he likes me more. I lose some dread. But the Mordvinian Augure's cultural acceptance goes up. That's probably okay, because I do need to hybridize at some point. Not something I've actively started looking into yet, but we will need to. I have always enjoyed this part of the slope, Beg Odin observes, as we march together. My father used to bring us here to hunt. Before I have time to reply, a buzzard comes diving down at him, screeching like a newborn baby. Help! This is my time to shine. I'm embarrass myself. Last time I got a hook on him, which was critical because I used that to stop him declaring war on me. Because I am currently in like the most fertile province in the entire Great Steppe. I don't want to move. A rogue stag, Shaka announced it in a hushed voice. One arrow directly to its heart and he'll be ours, chiefess. Itabasuma nods and draws her bow, waiting my instructions. So leave this to me. I have a chance of gaining prowess, or I lose some stress. Humiliated. So last time I succeeded in everything, this time I am failing in everything. Awesome. The rush of the hunt has died down and many hunters return to camp to discuss their plans, while the rest observe the boars from a distance. We've currently achieved nothing in this. We must be gruesome, ruthless as we are to our foes, Iodin exclaims. Sama, nodding in agreement, hath, but there will be no strength in numbers if we do not work together. Before another argument can break out, Erdem steps in to offer his own advice. We can stick to tradition, Erdem asserts, but with patience. Watch the animals, close in on them slowly, and strike when they least expect it. So we can strike hard and fast, significantly more successful, but there is a high chance I get wounded. Split into groups and coordinate. Ambush. We'll let the bows decide the outcome. Well, the highest opportunity of winning is the split into groups and coordinate. Plan fails. Of course it frickin' does. Despite our best attempts, the hunt has been a depressing sight. A couple of beasts have fallen, but not nearly as many as we'd hoped or planned for. My fellow riders look at me with despondent eyes, the shame as heavy as them as it does upon me. How can we possibly show our faces in the steppe Viking ogres after this? Where's that name coming from? What an embarrassment. Iodin loses a bunch of dread. I didn't lose any of, in fact I gained 54 stress. Another cadet branch. We have so many cadet branches now. Upon a white camel on the horizon, a white speck stands out against the backdrop of the steppe. As I draw closer, I discern the figure of a white camel, his coat gleaming in the sun. Dozens of sheep cascade from the surface, following closely behind the camel. A man suddenly mounts it, and his rider greets me with a warm smile. Peace be upon you, he says. As you can see, Allah has blessed me abundantly. I am able to bestow this gift upon others. Could I interest you in anything? So I can pay him 50 ducats for some herd. Again, Islamic inquiry for 5 years. Or I can try and take stuff from him. I'm just, so I'm not going to do that. I'll pay you for the herd. That's a lot of money, though. That's 4 months of herd gain, or 5 years of money gain. No. 50 months. So yeah, almost 5 years. Tell me about Islam. I have no intention of converting. I am also true. Oh yeah, speaking of which. One tiny little speck of Orsa in the steppe. With all of this over there. But mostly one tiny... Hang on. Have the Khazar converted? Awesome! Okay, the Khazars have become also true. Fantastic! Oh, it spreads. It spreads hard. I did not expect that. I did not expect that at all. Okay, now I kind of want the Khazar to take out Kiev. Interesting. And then the other thing is Mordvinian culture, which is a combination of Mordvin and Norse. We are still also that. From my tiny little space. Hang on. No, it's Mordvin, not Mordvinian. Misread it. Anyway, how long until cultural acceptance? Long time. So one of the things we can do is have the chief law overseer blend cultures. But right now I want him doing control growth, because the biggest problem I have, despite the fertility of this territory, this control is just really low. Skarpednin is sickly. A lot of children start out sickly, but that doesn't usually last. At long last, I'm finally home. Thank Odin, I can go inside again. How much of a traveller am I? Oh, I'm actually fully seasoned. I mean, we started out as an adventurer, so that's not surprising. And then Hastaluda got most of the way on second level wit, but not entirely. Probably do with running my own hunt again. Viking Mordvinian gained popular rule for 5 years. Ah! Wait. Viking Mordvinian in Sigmara. I am in Sigmara. Changing the name here just calls it Sigmara. And this is the nomadic camp. Okay, this is the camp that I wanted to rename. Our camp are the Steppenwolves. Which needs the emblem being changed, because this is the Mordvinian Viking emblem. And we have got a different quadrant there, but I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to keep it somewhat simple. And we're just going to add the... Oops. That'll not change. Let's go back. Just existing design. That one. To the wolf. Something like that. Yeah. So this is going to be the Steppenwolves icon. So if there's 2 wolves, it's the Steppenwolves. If there's 1 wolf, then it's the Cadet Branch House. So House Steppe Viking is the Cadet Branch with the Steppe icon. Then our Nomad Tribe are the Steppenwolves. And then the county name. This is the one I'm a little afraid of changing, because I have a feeling this might be changing Stepmara. Sakmara, whatever it's called. So I'm just going to put a save here, just in case. You gender flipped the rules as Korea as it doesn't block achievements. Nice. Yeah, I think I probably will end up over towards Korea, because one of the things I've noticed looking at the map is the fertility is usually really high over here. So I'm thinking we will try to end up over there. The other reason is because it's mostly forest and a big old river that me as a Viking would rather like. So this is ultimately my objective for the Viking steppe warriors to get to. It's just how the hell do I get over there is going to be the challenge. I need to build up enough strength to actually stand on my own 2 horse feet. That's going to be a challenge. Anyway, what I was doing was renaming this. But this is the county title, so I don't think I want to change that. But the rest I have changed, and I think that's fine. Steppe Viking nomadic capital. Fine. Right, the other thing I wanted to take a look at was the cultures. There's Uyghurs right there. What culture do they have here? Jurchen. Forest folk. Practiced pirates. Duchy tier and lower rulers may raid overseas regardless of government. Because remember, we became feudal, and then we couldn't raid anymore. I want that. I really want that. Also iron cavalry, because it allows you to get the cataphact archers, which are horse archer counters. In fact, if I can get iron cavalry, I think I might actually be able to survive on the steppe. Man, Mongol is a huge culture. Prolific hunters. Only the strong. Knights must have at least 12 prowess. Sparring blade master are stronger. Men-at-arms are more expensive, but they have more men-at-arms. 100% knight effectiveness. Men-at-arms regiments go down. Men-at-arms regiment max goes down, but they do more damage and have more toughness. And gain accolade faster. Hit and run, retreat losses down, friendly fatal casualties down, light cavalry, skirmisher and nomadic horde damage up. Especially skirmishers, interestingly. Wolves of the deep steppe can get manga die. County fertility growth in mountains goes up. Hills and mountains reduction in danger. Herd capacity significantly up. Martial administration. Yeah, they are very warlike. Very, very warlike, weirdly enough. Kimmick. Astoria lists fertility growth, prolific hunters. What about like up here? Australia. Australia are isolationists and they have tribes of the north, which is the Siberian thing. Perm, we basically just left. Shopek do have wolves of the deep steppe. Lactan, forest folk. Kimmick. Kyrgyz. Kuman. Karite. Naiman. Sheik. Winter Warriors, Han Mountain Homes. Shiwei, Iron Cavalry. So I'm thinking we probably are gonna want to do 2 levels of steppe. We're gonna want 1, which is based here in the Uyghurs territories, because I really want to add Iron Cavalry. So that we can get the cataphract archers in the future, because I have a feeling they'll be a pretty major part of our military. They have no penalties in forest, and they are anti-archer cavalry, which is huge for this area. And they also have massive bonuses in the steppe. They have 130 steppe combat. And then once we've done that, then I think we basically just try to charge across the steppe to get to the Jurchen territories in order to get practice pirates. Who knows what traits we give up on the way. What else can we do? I can diverge a culture. Right, needs to be at least 100 years old, which it is not. I'm thinking we lose Northern Stories for Iron Warriors. And we can probably get rid of Performative Honor when I finally make martial custom equal. If I became the cultural leader, which is a nomad, I'm not sure that I can. Then I would try to get the 3,000 prestige needed to make martial equal. But so far we haven't really had the opportunity to do that, unfortunately. Poisonous lands. Another county control option. The lands around the steppe Viking Uyghurs seems to have had a debilitating effect on our local herd, who has come down with a sickness after settling in. Our herd has grown weak, their once steady gait now uncertain. As I observe the herd, I can see several members simply lying around with no energy to move at all. As long as this weakness continues to spread, all of our herd in steppe Viking Uyghurs is at risk of being infected. What would become of the tribe if that were to happen? So we'll pull through it. Chance of losing 300 herd. I lose some money, or slaughter them before it spreads further. Send out word. Someone to help them. I'll spend the money. Especially as I can get another lifestyle. So we can go defensive measures, which gives us fort level and garrison size. Also allows me to purchase truces. Or professional workforce. Herd gain plus 15. I think we probably want that. In fact, we want both of those. Let's go for the professional workforce, because getting that 15% herd gain I think would be huge. Up to the task. Some of my advisors believe the job is theirs by right or influence alone. How wrong they are. Expect results. And yet I'm often disappointed. After a long day, I'm complaining to Stein when he interrupts me. Let us do something about it, wife. I know a few lessons that might sharpen their wits. Yeah, give some advice to the spy master. Fertility is down to 45%. Man, the Khazars are all of that. They have become absolutely massive again. Skagen Mordvinian. Mordvinian nomads. No. Yes. They're bigger than I am. No, they're not. Their herd of 13. But that's another way of becoming a nomad, I guess. Taking over nomad land and then just embracing the nomadic lifestyle. But hey, we are not the only Viking nomads. We are not alone. Orfednin could prove to be quite good. In fact, if you joined the Khazars, you could very, very easily go after Kyiv. Where is it? It was here somewhere. Was that the wrong river? No, you would still have a ways to go before getting there. Spouse aids ward in studying stewardship. 300 stewardship lifestyle. Nice. Happened despite the spouse's poor learning skill. Neighbouring ruler won a war. Manasseh beat Sultan Badr of Badrid. Dominance expansion. Moving this way. Oh, it was against them. I was just thinking like they've spread into Crimea and then they promptly lost it. But hey, they're getting ever closer to Kyiv. We're back up to 600 troops now that the herd is almost back at the number it was when I started. Monthly income has risen again too, which is nice. Control has been fixed, so we're at 100%. Which means that you should start blending cultures, so we can start trying to get Uyghurs. Peekaboo! I can hear it, echoing around the yurt, light giggles occasionally breaking into full peals of laughter. As I enter the room, the culprits are revealed. Tosti, judging by the discarded books surrounding the table, his studies very much abandoned, has his brother Skarphednin clutched in his arms. It's good that they spend time together. Causes me a bunch of stress too. Wait! It's these guys. Why are you not defending me? Oi! $671 riders. I could try to raise my army. 700. I have 150 horse archers. I have 200. Their leader is kind of rubbish. I have the defensive items advantage. I have a commander who's actually good in the winter and in the open terrain. Let's give it a go. Battle is joined, so I have a +7 advantage. The riders are the same as theirs. My Huskarls are mostly being countered by the horse archers, unfortunately. Oh, they do have heavy horse archers. My horse archers are better than theirs, slightly. But I do have 200. Oops. lost 100 herd from the raid. Okay, so you do get herd from raiding. That's good to know. I did actually lose more troops than they did. That is not so good. They just stacked with me. Yes. Okay, so to refill the men-at-arms, I can do it with herd, which costs me 782. Or I can do it with gold, which costs 29. And yes, I was in fact stack wiped. Okay, so there's basically no reason for me to do that, even though I was saying I would win. I hadn't noticed they had the heavy horse archers. Why am I not getting... Oh, because I switched characters. Really? Do I care? Not really. Yeah, it's because I switched characters with the illegitimacy. That's annoying. Yeah, prosperity here is almost gone, so I don't think there is much point us hanging around. State. It is now the 1st of June, so let's go to the previous one. I won't attack them. I'll just let them take my 100 horses. Oh no. Oh, man. Alright, we'll go back a further month. As apparently we were already fighting them. We've already fought the battle here. Shit. And that's as far back as I can go. That's 3 months, really? That's 2 years previous. That's 2 years prior to that. Do I want to go back 8 years just to be able to have achievements again? The not being able to choose legitimacy is going to annoy the living daylights out of me. Not legitimacy, legacies. Is there a way of getting legacies that does not break? Saves. There are a bunch of mods just called legacy this or that. Which is not very good when you're trying to search for legacies. Oh, different cultures have different legacies. That I didn't know. Right, so Norse have access to pillage, whereas most don't. What I really want is the option to have players can always change legacies. CK3 mod which lets the player always change legacies. Nerd Rage Fred coming in with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. Man, today is just a day of raids. This is the third one. Crazy. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. So we are just looking up to see if there is a way that I can not break my achievement. So basically what's happened is we're being raided. I was trying to back up to before the raid happened because I stupidly tried to fight it. I'm still learning how step and nomad stuff works. But then I noticed that the achievements were broken. The reason the achievements are broken is because I switched character. I used this option to switch from the character I was playing as to one of the Dukes of Olga, Bulgaria, this guy, because he's currently the dynasty head and is able to change the legacies that our dynasty has. What I would like to do is get a mod which allows me to change the dynasty legacies, this thing, instead of having the AI do it, because I think it's way more interesting if I'm the one doing it. It's a cool system. Without breaking the achievements. The other thing that's going on is we started out as an adventurer in Gotland. We came as Strategos in Athens. We left a branch of the family there. They have since become emperor twice. We then moved up here and formed the Kingdom of Mordvinia. The Duchy of Mordvinia is all that's left of it. But then there's also Volga, Bulgaria, which is another branch of that same family. So we actually owned about this much territory here. That broke apart after we left. We then became an adventurer for a short time and eventually became a nomad. And we're currently playing as a nomad in the center of the steppe. Which is kind of interesting because I can have both Viking and Horse Archer units. Which I'm kind of liking. Even though there is absolutely zero synergy between these two. Because Horse Archers directly counter Huskarls, but I have to have Huskarls because I'm a Viking! You can't not. So I'm trying to find ways of getting around those particular weaknesses without just dying. But the current problem I'm dealing with is my herd. It's just not very big. And I really want to expand that. But we were being raided, and I lost a bunch of troops fighting that raid because it said, "You will probably win." Spoilers. Nope, not even close. So I mean to just let them raid me, take like 100 horses as opposed to 500 that I would lose from fighting them. But that's going to mean that I need to go back to a previous save. Now I'm wondering whether I want to go all the way back to the save before this happened, which is 4 years ago. It's not that long. It's only a raid. I don't actually lose much for losing the raid. So I think I probably do want to do this. I'm going to need to recreate the titles, but that's fine. I now know how I'm doing it. The main thing I'm doing is I'm trying to find whether I can create dynasty legacies. Ah. Yeah, I'm going to need to look into that a bit more. I think I am going to go back to this, and I will find a way of tweaking legacies if the AI makes stupid decisions. I just need to remember the ones I chose in the past. You can use the advanced cheat menu mod, it should not break achievements. Yeah, I have that one installed, so I could definitely do that. So this is prior to the raid, this is before I reset this. So you're called... Steppenwolves. And then we're going to adjust the existing design. We're taking the axe emblem and we're changing this into an animal, which is the wolf. And I want you to put it was something like that. I do kind of wish I could see the... Oh, that's the squarest, I guess. I would like to see this on a pure square. I think the exposition is not ideal. Should be about there. So now it looks really close to the edge. Let's make you a little bit smaller. So you're kind of a similar size to the ship, and then I can adjust your positioning a bit better. See, now it looks like it's actually in the middle. Okay, I like that. So we're Steppenwolves. This is our camp name. However, the county name keeps on changing. It's Sakmara again. But whenever there's an event, it refers to us as the... Oh, I didn't do this yet either. Cadet branch. Let's do that. So we have our own cadet branch, which we need to then customize. This is not House Viking Sakmara. This is now the Steppe Viking. The wolves of the steppe want to be wild. And then we're going to adjust the design. The emblem is that one. The colors is green? Yes. Green for the forest and for the steppe. White for the pretty much constant snow that we come across. And then the wolf, because we're the wolves of the steppe. Then I just need to position you a bit better. To be a little more centered. Like so. Beautiful. So now we have our own cadet branch. And then I think I was in the process of building something. I've already built your thing. I was upgrading you to level 3. That's why I have no money left. And that's why this is building up. Control is going up. Have I reset these guys? You're doing what I expect you to. You're doing that. Good. Carry on. And I can have a guardian. Ingbjorg, you are the one who is legitimately learning intrigue. And I do have one person who's very good at teaching intrigue, and that's you. Cool. And I am tributary to that guy. And I would love to be able to raid some of my neighbours, but I just do not have the military strength for it. So we just need that to recover for a while. Cool. So, now that that is settled, what we're trying to do is gain the strength to basically start moving across through these bigger steppe territories. Because ultimately what I would like to do is end up over here. The reason for this is it is primarily forest. And there's a big old river coming through it. It kind of sounds like Eastern Scandinavia. Or Scandinavia of the East. So this is where I really want to end up. What we'll probably do is set up a steppe nation Viking steppe nation in here somewhere. And then have a separate one, which is the actual Viking nation over here. So we're going to have the Uyghur combination. The Uyghurs Viking heritage will hybridize. And then that one we'll send across, and then we'll hybridize with Jurchen, who is the steppe of the nation over here, who has practiced pirates. And I really, 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 really want this. When returning from a successful raid, non-tribal characters lose 1.5 prestige per one loot delivered. Oh, as opposed to gaining it. So looting is a really good way of earning money, but it will cost you a bucket load of prestige when you do it. Huh. Well, it's good to be rich. So let's see if anyone decides to raid me this time. Because they probably will. Legacy added, mythical ancestors. So that is the legacy I did not want. So the AI has now done. Oh yeah, I need more faith too at some point. If I ever wanted to change that, which right now I don't. What's in here? So they've just taken this, when actually what I would have wanted was rightful rulers. Was the one that we had actually chosen. But now I'm gaining achievements again, so let's put a save in here. Having made those changes. And look, it's calling me Viking Morvinian again. Instead of Sakmara. Step Viking Uyghurs. So you get named based on your house. Yeah, US liquid. Let's see how that works. Okay. Cool. There we go. Dolgian key millet storage has been completed. And now I am quite content to just sit back and just let things build up. "95% chance of the next season being a white sword," which is this one, which is the really bad one. Ah, I can actually see what the others will be. So the Eastern Steppe is going to become abundant grazing next season. I don't think I can get that far, but I am right on the edge of the everlasting summer. So by the time that this gets to maybe about here, I need to start moving into this region. Because the border is probably about here. I like the graphic where it shows. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, we have the whoops. The Wild Herd. Let's do that settlement option. So last time I sold them for the extra control. Which is fine, because as long as I gain the control, the herd grows faster because I have more control of the area, which means I can cash in the fertility better. So far things have more or less been progressing as I expect. Oh, Toasty gave me money. Thanks, Toasty. I like money. Money is good. Money is very good. Well, you've used up virtually all of that fertility. I wonder how you did that so quickly. Just realised I'm not actually using most of these. The raid movement speed would be nice. Army pursuit or advantage? Probably the advantage. This would cost more, so I don't want to do that. So would this. I don't want to do that either. Oh, Siege Engineer can fortify my own lands. Build siege equipment. Every month there's a small chance of gaining a siege weapon man-at-arms. For 0.5 ducats, that's probably worth doing. Oh, I have nobody who can actually be a siege engineer, so never mind. Meanwhile, lifestyle perk. We went with professional work life. That one last time. You're demanding a courtier. You want Yazi? No. I'd still have a truce for 3 more years, so no. Treasure nest. My daughter Ingbjorg rushes to me excitedly, and before I can ask her what's her up so much, she she puts a small glittering object in my hand. Look what I found, she exclaims. It fell from an eagle's nest. I think it's a treasure. I examine the object, and it's indeed a small golden trinket. It's not worth much, but it's clear that she is proud of herself. Do you want me to bring you to the nest, she asks. There might be more. So we can climb up, and we find a cache of treasures. Yes, let's go. I reach the nest and find an eaglet inside, along with a small satchel. Ah, that's where the treasure must have come from, whispers Ingbjorg. Ingbjorg looks at me with wide eyes, and I can see her mind working. Where is the eagle's mother, she asks. We should leave before she returns. I nod in agreement, but before we depart, I shall see what I can bring with me. So, chance of money. Take the eaglet for hunting. I like money. 15. Oh, but I did get the quail's eggshell. Right, might as well use it. Only lasts for 10 years. Actually drops my prestige. You know what? No. I have 1,000 prestige. Was there anything I was saving prestige up for? Right now, I don't think so. So the control is almost done. So once that is finished, I need to switch you to blending culture. Cultural acceptance will be increased by 3 every year to a max of 50. Start working on that. The control can finish itself off, regenerate quite a bit. Raiders. These are the raiders that attacked me last time. Just don't have enough troops. Oh, I'm not stationed. Probably didn't help. So I could get another set of horse archers. I can afford that. Because then I would have 760. No! I created it as a new unit. Shoot. I need to do that. Ugh. I have a feeling I need to go back 2 months. That's irritating. That's very irritating. We'll try 1 month just in case it was a day ago, because I remember just going tap tap on my spacebar. So I might only have let a day pass because I'm being very careful because of the incoming attackers. But what I meant to do was increase the regiment size, not create a new regiment. And I have not done so yet. Good. So first of all, stationing you there. Second of all, increasing size to 3. Good. My relief is great, and my joy even greater. I have given birth to a perfect little daughter. So. And now you're coming for me. So I'm going to drop this to speed 3. And then I think I might just raise troops and see if that makes them still want to come for me. We're going to go with you in charge, because you're open terrain expert and also a winter soldier. 300 horse archers against your 300. You do have 150... Oh no, you have only 50 heavy horse. Six champions against their 7. See how it goes. If I get brutally defeated here, I'll just not raise these units. I'll just dismiss them straight away. If I can. I would still dismiss you. Yes. Alright, bring it. You will have a... No, there's no river crossing. Battle is joined. No advantage. I have the advantage. My Huskarls are being somewhat countered. My horse archers are not. They have a 99 combat. So they're 90. This time I'm winning. Get in! Yeah, she died. Okay, so we can in fact win these battles. And this has also made me immune to their raids for a while. Unfortunately, I lost my stewarding guy. Oh, you guys have... No, that's fine. Okay. So who's my top steward? It's Mosheg. Mosheg, who is obedient, so that works. And you are currently managing fertility, which is precisely what I want you to do. As soon as they leave, I will disband. A mighty pen. Picking up the padded swords for a sparring match with my daughter Ingeborg, I notice a tattered journal cast to one side. From the cover, it seems to contain exercises and best practices pertaining to the martial arts. Ingeborg glances in my direction. Oh, that thing. I mostly read it for the illustrations. You can borrow it. So, we did lose a couple of troops, though not nearly as many as we lost previously, so if I refill men-at-arms, I can spend 15 ducats and it's done. For 145 horses as opposed to like 700 or whatever it was previously. There we are, back to full strength. That went better. That went a lot better. Yeah, the horse archers did really good. The Huskarls were not amazing. But if I have more of them, then the number differences are going to matter less. The counters, they're going to be less countered. As additional payment in recent trade, I find myself in possession of a large stock of... Right, I wanted to do this one. Don't fail. Fertility is down to 41. I'm going to assume that fertility around here is still just bad. Oh, no, it's quite good there. That's part of the Khazars, so I don't think I can just move there. Nope. Prolific have 100 living dynasty members. So our house is rather large. But unfortunately, this is where I'm going to need to end this stream. I have some other things I need to do today. So thank you everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. I will be back again next weekend where we can do some more of this. Next weekend, oh, there might be another game I want to play, which I don't know if I can talk about just yet. So it'll either be that or this, or maybe both. We'll see. What else? If you're watching this on YouTube, you can find us on twitch.tv/MordredViking. If you're watching on Twitch, you can find this also on youtube.com/MordredViking. I have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch. And it's always a real pleasure to see some new faces there. So come join us, say hello. You'll be more than welcome. I'm just going to go and see who else is streaming, and we will pay the love forwards, because, yeah, we've got a lot of raids today. So... Shen's doing the new Star Trek game. That actually looks really cool. Let's go raid Shen. This game actually looks really, really cool. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. I'd love to see his chat lit up by the Viking raid, which you can do by copying and pasting a Viking raid just like this. Or if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the long ships. That will only work if you're a subscriber. Anyway, that's all for me. Thanks everyone for watching. Enjoy Shinra's stream. He's an awesome guy. Enjoy the stream. And I'll see you all next weekend. Until then, bye-bye, everyone.
Shuttle shield. You got it, buddy. Shuttle shield in the workshop. 6 days. All right. In the meantime, actually, we should probably do that before we do the main mission.